Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to the minigame podcast for, I guess, technically now it's Thursday, April 24th. I guess really at this point, if my sleep schedule is just going to be crazy and the YouTube algorithm is going to point me towards streaming early in the morning, it's like 3 in the morning almost right now for me, then the Monday, Wednesday, Friday concept has really just been shifted to early morning Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturdays. And weirdly, that has just worked. So the algorithm is a cruel master in that it just screws up everything, and certainly my insomnia and whatever else is wrong with me is a cruel master as far as when I'm actually awake. So yeah, we'll have to think more about that. Yeah, I don't know what else to even say. There's big news in that right after my stream last, Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered was put out for purchase, and we can see here on the SteamDB 24-hour peak concurrent chart, it immediately has jumped up to the number 6 spot at 190,119 players, which is a very high position considering there is no multiplayer element, I believe, in this game. And yes, the only real controversy around it is two. And what I'm going to suggest is that we play a little game here, and instead of actually discussing the controversies or potential controversies, we'll ask everybody to keep an eye out as far as their news sources, as far as how often do you actually hear these controversies discussed. Is that the origins of the meme horse armor is in Oblivion Remastered, and there is extra DLC, which that's something you may hear about. And then there's a smaller controversy in that when you are in the character creator, you're given body type 1 and body type 2 instead of a male and female label, which some people may call that going woke. But particularly in this game, I think the content creator, the character creator, is creating monsters also, so it might just be an easier way to describe things. But it is very much just tokenistic and replacement. If there are only 2 body types in that case, had they thrown even a 3rd body type in, then you could make a very valid argument to say, hey, we just created several different body types going on here, and so yeah, particularly if there's like 5 or 6 body types out there as far as the shoulder width, the pectoral muscles, the musculature of a character, so that you might have a very muscly female presenting character, or you might have a very lack of muscular feminine in style male presenting character, more like a twink for lack of a better term, which at some point I imagine that term is also going to be considered offensive, as they all do. But yeah, the other way certainly you could do with a custom character creator is just not have body types in general, particularly when you're remaking an old game, because I doubt there's a lot of physics and skeletal structure elements that really need to be applied to a character in a remake of Oblivion, by which I mean there probably is only one internal skeletal structure that needs to exist for any character, and then hitboxes can just be a little bit looser, and the animations can just kind of apply to everything. Alright, And so that's the big game, certainly, at the moment, and I'm not sure, other than Schedule 1, if there is another game that even has hit the big time recently. I ran my macros earlier today, worked on that several times, ran it several times, and something is wrong. And I'm not sure what it is, in that it's not catching new Steam games. So I don't think any of the new Steam games are open at the moment. And it's not really catching old articles we've already talked about. So yeah, we're going to probably be all over the place as far as looking at the charts today. So yeah, there's going to be that. And so we have like the hardware chart. I'll just quickly scroll down through here. Yeah, I don't even think today we're going to really have a huge amount of warm-up. I'm feeling a little bit more like I'm going to jump into the actual video game news maybe in 30 minutes instead of an hour. Nude Natural Ultimate Digital Experiment. Interesting. I want to see what that is all about. You know, I do sometimes wonder if I should just come out full freak flag flying as far as just how much of a pervert, for lack of a better term, I am. Which, yeah, I think that's probably true for most guys, but most guys work hard to keep it a secret. But yeah, frankly, if anything has any lewd content or adult content into it, it tends to catch my attention a little bit more. Although most games with that content tend to really suck on the game aspect. And there is a very good argument to be made that interactive video games are just not the right medium for adult content in most cases. And yes, a lot of those adult games are in the anime style, although this one looks more like a cyberpunk style. There's no nudity in this game. You need to be able to speak Japanese. Okay, so it seems like it's a teach a robot English game. And interesting, they have the art labeled as anime/manga. So yeah, it's one of those games that probably was very much designed to sell based on the name alone. But yeah, the actual game seems to be a learn English game, which weirdly kind of does go to show the targeting of that game to be some Japanese kids in school, or maybe college, but probably closer to high school, if not middle school. But also that would have been a weird Xbox game in exclusive, so yeah, we definitely don't see those kinds of crazy experimental games that are going to have a niche audience anymore. And it's only going to get worse, certainly with the current bubble bursting of the just general world economics bubble bursting, but also with the video game bubble in particular bursting. Lots of bubbles are going to burst all at once here. And I don't think a lot of video game companies are going to ride out the bubble bursting in the right way or learn the right lessons. I think they're going to continue to double down on just the biggest, most profitable possible games that possibly will be profitable, and not things that will be minimally profitable. Small experimental games are going to get squeezed. And yes, maybe one company, or one or two, maybe a small handful of companies might go in the opposite direction. But yeah, it frankly wouldn't be the worst time if you could self-finance, if you can just live off of cash that you have some other ways, which is true in any kind of potential recession, is that if you can just live off of cash and not be affected by the recession, you can come out the other side in a better position than most. But yeah, if you could just self-finance and be a independent game developer, you might very well establish yourself over the next few years as the independent developer that people are talking about. Although the problem there is that if you're an independent game developer, over the course of the next 4 to 8 years, you're going to make 1, maybe 2 games. So unless you could form some kind of collective and form a new company where it was several different game developers working together, then you run into a real issue there of just not releasing enough games to have any kind of name recognition. What it almost certainly needs to be is the case that you have several games already completely finished, and this is kind of crazy to think of that, but just have several bullets in the chamber, and once the first game comes out, if it's a huge success, then very much pull out these finished, not rushed games that have already been finished. And you see something like that, I guess, with things maybe like Wajidai, which is the company that's doing the Blackwell series, which I'm playing, in that there were several free-to-play games. Something weird happened to my chart here. I'm not sure what the deal is that it just has now some kind of extra spacing in it, and yeah, I have no idea why that would be the case, but I've reloaded the page. And I'm not doing anything to the CSS other than that. So, yeah. I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on there. Either that or just finally give up the ghost on my chart. So yeah, I am still playing Blackwell Deception. Kind of trying to speedrun the game with the commentary. Commentary is different this time, perhaps a little less annoying, in that they have made them clickable little speech bubbles that have the letter C for commentary or B for bloopers. And so when you get into a specific area, a lot of times the commentary is playable when you're ready to hear it, instead of the commentary just popping up when you enter the area or when you trigger an event, although there still is a lot of that. That at least helps me mute my microphone, because there's still just a major problem with the voice acting in the game. 4th game in, and the voice acting in the game is still not balanced to my liking, where it is higher than the music. And so very often there's foreground music that is making it very difficult to hear what the commentary is saying or what the voice acting is saying. And some of that is my microphone picking up the air conditioner. My air conditioner just kicked on right now. And yeah, so it's fairly frustrating. This time the commentary shows his Blue Yeti microphone instead of an animated version of Dave Gilbert when he's talking, which, yeah, the Blue Yeti in particular is not really the microphone that I would recommend in 2025. I would, let's see if I can pull it up. The Shure M7 Plus is, I think, in 2025 the microphone to recommend as far as microphones go. Even the Shure M7 Plus, though, is a fairly big microphone, bigger than you normally would expect, but it has USB on the back of it here as an option too. But it, unlike the Blue Yeti, it also has a balanced XLR connection, which is this, and a headphone jack, which you don't get that inherently in most microphones. This size is about the size of what an average microphone would be, which means a lot of like mounts are going to be needed to be custom for this microphone because it is bigger. If you wanted like a shock absorbing holder on it or a mic stand. But yeah, this is just a newer microphone from a more established brand. Logitech bought out the Blue Yeti company, or the Yeti company is the name of the company, and so you're really just getting a Logitech microphone nowadays if you were to buy a Blue Yeti, if you can even find one. That being said, it is missing a lot of the buttons that are on the Blue Yeti, such as the mute button, as far as I can tell, which is going to be both a blessing and a curse. It just means you're going to do more in software. But yeah, it is just the recommendation these days. It is also $279 though. So yeah, I've had my Blue Yeti almost 100% of the time that I've been running my channel, and it's really difficult to justify spending $279 to replace a microphone. It probably would sound fairly different if I did, too, but probably for the better part. The Blue Yeti had different modes that it could be in. So there's like a bi-directional mode where you can have the microphone in between two people and change the parabolic curve of how the microphone picks up, and it has like a gain dial on the back of it, as well as a headphone volume adjustment dial. So there's a lot to be said as far as the Blue Yeti in features. It's just kind of an older microphone that you'd have a hard time even finding these days. Yeah, and I imagine we could do that research while we're here as far as that. For maybe $90 you could get probably a decent Shure microphone that is just a standard XLR microphone, probably phantom powered, and then if you had already paid like $300 or $400 for a Rodecaster Pro audio interface, you'd get a lot more bang for your buck that way. because then you'd be putting a lot of the technology and the audio interface technology inside of something else. You can also get a much cheaper audio interface than the Rodecaster Pro, which I should probably just show what a Rodecaster Pro is. Really, the Rodecaster Pro 2 or Duo here. Yeah, $400 here for this. While we're at it, let's just see what the price would be to get a Blue Yeti, which basically you'd be getting something still in stock. Like, there's some newer colors here that might be different from the model I have, but yeah, you're paying $150 for a Blue Yeti, it seems, these days. Maybe $100 if you get a good deal. B&H photo. Yeah, we can show that off too. So yeah, $100 versus $270 to get the Blue Yeti, and then you get the microphone and the headphone jack. So, but you also get this awkward stand and a very heavy microphone that's hard to put on any kind of mounts. It has like 3 capsules that enable 4 pickup patterns, which is quite unique, and really you're only going to pick one pickup pattern and use it ever anyways. So yeah, the Blue Yeti still kind of is a better device if you just don't know what you're doing. And if you're just starting out, to have different pickup patterns, or if you're doing a bunch of different stuff, to have different pickup patterns and have a microphone gain and a mic mute and a headphone volume. But the problem with the headphone volume, particularly with the Blue Yeti and the headphone connector, is that it just doesn't have any noise reduction that you might be doing in OBS. It's not a loop back that plays to the headphones, which reduces delay, but it means you are just hearing the things. I don't think I've ever actually dealt with any of this Blue Voice broadcast effects stuff either, so I just plugged the microphone in and never did anything more to it. But yeah, my general thought is that game developers doing commentary should probably spend the extra $100 and get a Shure. You'll get a better sounding microphone, is my guess, and a newer microphone. But again, if you really want to start getting to the expensive stuff, you'd get a Rodecaster Pro, or more realistically, you'd get a Rodecaster Pro 2 here, which this is, yes, $700, and then you're saving $100 on one Shure microphone that is just a regular XLR microphone, or a regular any XLR microphones. These prices are certainly why a lot of this stuff gets stolen, and a lot. But you get some touchpads that are programmable, you get solo buttons, you get mute buttons, you get a fader. This is much more of a live broadcasting setup designed for multiple people. So if you're doing a podcast with multiple people and not just being a content streamer, then you definitely want a Rodecaster Pro 2. I can't even really recommend anything else. There are much cheaper audio interfaces if you're just going to plug in one microphone, but then at a certain point, why have an audio interface that's maybe going to just have a gain style and a headphone plug just so you can use an XLR style connector, which in the Rodecaster Pro 2 you have connectors that allow for both XLR connections and stereo jack connections. So those are two different types of connectors, although you don't see stereo jack too much. And you have that for 4 channels, which then gives you also 4 headphones that you can connect. But then there's also like a left and right speaker output, which I guess would be line out instead of powered headphones out. But then there's also like a USB and micro SD cards, so you can plug in like one USB thing to plus there's also Wi-Fi, which that's the other thing, that if you are going to go with Rode, which is a newer company, and go with the Rodecaster Pro, then there is a real argument to go with the Wireless Go microphones, which, yeah, again $300, but then you have this box that can be clipped to your lapel like a lapel mic, or through the use of several different accessories can be converted into a handheld microphone. And almost certainly you've seen some content creators with boxes like this. It's a little too big, frankly, for the lapel mics, but yeah, some of these, the Wireless Pro ones here, have 32-bit floating on board, which allows for more editing, less loss of quality, and better quality overall. But then you also have adapters here where it is basically a stick you stick on the bottom of the box, and then there's some foam you put on top of it to stop wind pops. And so for $30 you turn the box we just looked at into a handheld microphone, more traditional, that you might do as far as interviews, which you can't say that. You can't really say anything about that compared to any other kinds of microphones, because there's just not that option. But yeah, you're $1,000 in pretty quickly with a Rodecaster Pro and the Wireless Pro, which there's a sale going on giving you the adapter, I think, the Interview Go. Yeah, you get this for free if you order it directly from Rodecaster. Yeah. And it's always showing you 3 pictures of these lavalier mics. So if it really is a case that you get 3 of these, one of which seems to be different than the others. One of these may very well be a receiver, while the other 2 might be transmitters. Yeah. So for $300 you're getting 2 transmitter microphones, which means you're only really paying $150 for a transmitter. Then you're getting a wireless receiver, which means you're getting a audio interface of sorts for free. That's nice. Plus you're getting a charge case, built-in batteries, and connections and wires and clips and different adapters as far as things go. That's actually a pretty good deal. 2 microphones for $400 plus a receiver, which means this is really where you could start without even going to the Rodecaster Pro. But then you could step it up in a couple of years and get the Rodecaster Pro 2, and then these wirelessly will connect to the Rodecaster Pro without having to use the receiver. So if you were going to go all Rode, that makes a lot of sense. But if you are doing what most of the people on most of the big podcasters, the people at Sirius XM, for instance, are using, they want the Shure M7 Plus, and probably at radio stations they want those Sures too. But that may just very much be a case of old-fashioned thinking and old media being stuck in its ways. So yeah, I'd like to probably have a Shure M7 Plus in my hands and play around with it, but weirdly, there's nowhere you can do that. Like, which is the problem with technology in general, is that there's just nowhere to do anything. Yeah, increasingly at the beginning of these warm-ups, I'm also just talking about products and shopping, which is a problem, certainly. But in that case, my point was that the microphone professionals, people who are selling games and making money, people who are filing taxes, it's interesting how this kind of is popping up. It loads under and then it pops up. I wonder if I did something there. And here we have a card game that looks like it very much is lewd right on the front page of Steam, which, yeah, I guess it means it's popular, and I guess in all fairness, if it deserves to be there, it deserves to be there. Steam is doing this box pushing fest also that I would have a hard time justifying buying any of those games. Yeah, I now have like 2, maybe even 3 gift cards with small amounts of cash, and so at some point I'm gonna probably just have to try and custom purchase things on Steam to get $2 or $3 worth of money out of these gift cards. Yeah, because I don't know a better way. Most online stores, which is pretty much everywhere I shop, don't have a way of splitting up the charges. So yeah, if you can either slightly underbuy, and usually it's not even going to be slightly underbuy what's on the card and then lose a few dollars / cents, or you, yeah, at the end of the day I'm still probably going to end up losing a few dollars and cents. Yeah, there's just no way really around that unless I can find some store that handles that better. Yeah. Alright, I was talking about video games and I lost my track of thought there as far as gift cards. I did see a YouTube content creator talk about how he thinks that the price of games are potentially going to go up even on Steam, which, yeah, I don't see any reason to have any faith that a low effort asset flip game developer isn't going to just start raising its prices to try and compete with Nintendo raising its prices overall. Yeah, that is certainly a thing that is going to be the case there, is that at least garbage game developers are going to do that. So I also wanted to talk about this. This I don't believe is actually true, but apparently the SteamOS based Legion Go S that's going to be available on May 25th is now available for pre-order at Best Buy. Now I'm going to click this link and I think it's going to automatically forward me to a Windows version. Nope. I was wrong. Okay, can you really pre-order it? No, not really, but you can be notified on it. There is definitely an argument to be made to get this right instead of a Steam Deck at the moment. Just because it's going to come down to, do you want to gamble on the device that wasn't directly created by Valve and instead was made by Lenovo? So what is your experience with Lenovo, if you have any experience with Lenovo? And frankly, even your experience with Lenovo is going to mean very little because they've only made like one previous handheld recently. So if you don't want the touchpads, if you are okay with the way this form factor looks, if you're okay with how the screen seems to look, hardware wise, internally, you're going to get maybe a step up or two, a generation or two improvement in the hardware with the AMD Ryzen Z2 Go chipset in it. And the price point here, if it doesn't go up massively with tariffs, is really good. Remember, you're paying $450 minimum for a Switch 2. It's still not an apples to apples comparison, but the point there being, if you were picking one over the other, this is probably the Steam Deck that people should consider getting over a refurb Steam Deck, which is going to be 2-year-old older technology, or over a brand new Steam Deck, which right now a brand new Steam Deck really makes a lot less sense. Of course, the major danger here, and you definitely are taking an experimental approach to this, is that SteamOS just doesn't really work well on this hardware, and I'm not sure you can really convert the Steam version to a Windows version, which we know won't work well. So yeah, there is a slight danger that something like that happens. But yeah, I don't think that there's anything particularly too special. That looks like there's some switch here that probably changes an analog stick from being tighter to being looser. But yeah, if you don't really know about the touchpads or care about the touchpads, this is an interesting design to bring in, I assume, cold air from the back and hot air out the top. Might have better cooling. Yeah. What really sucks about this is that inherently you're going to have a lot of YouTubers who get this and pre-order it and talk about it for a week, and then maybe they play with it for a month and then they come back a month later and talk about it. But you're likely, your average YouTuber is not going to put it through its paces and use it as their daily driver for a year, and certainly by the time a year has passed, this wouldn't be the device to buy. So it is very much cutting edge as far as the level of experimentation you have to embrace here. Same is actually going to be true for the Switch, but you would expect that the Switch would do a lot better. Yeah. So a good argument, certainly back to microphones, is that headsets here, these kind of Turtle Beach expensive headsets, are selling for $100 too. So if you're just into gaming and you're not even into podcasting, there is an argument to buying a fancy headset, a microphone instead of a fancy headset anyways. And yeah, I really wonder how many people would do this $50 a month for 12 months offer from Best Buy as far as a device like that in the current recession. But yeah, it is kind of hard to argue to get a Steam Deck unless you get a deeper discount than what they usually are offering in the refurb now. We also need to keep an eye out for if it is a case that SteamOS just becomes under supported and trails behind the Steam Deck though. If it's something like Android, a lot of Android phones technically have Android on them, but they don't get new updates forever, and the updates are often delayed. So if you want the newest and best Android version, you basically have to buy a Pixel phone from Google directly. If that is the case, where the only way to get the newest versions of SteamOS is to buy a Steam Deck, then that's going to kind of suck. Plus, that's not going to really even matter to most people, I think, because there aren't going to be a lot of new features added in SteamOS updates. It's pretty much built in already as far as what you should expect from SteamOS, and mostly that is, it just runs the games. There definitely are some games here on my wish list that are box pushing, but it definitely is a genre that needs something different and extra to it. Like Baba Is You is not just a box pushing game, it's got a whole programming crazy interface to it also. Same is true for Patrick's Paradox. This one does look weird. But yeah, a lot of these are kind of not doing anything special though, other than being box pushing games. And this is definitely one of the smaller sales where they are just promoting the same 10 to 20 games on multiple pages. But noticeably, no Steam Deck link this time. It was feeling like for a while there they were just forcing every single sale to have a Steam Deck category. And that doesn't seem to be the case this time. So you may notice that there's this new white bar here. This is a plugin I've installed to make notes. This is the general idea of putting things on a file list instead of actually putting it on the file list by clicking this button. I'm going to play around with it, certainly, and try and make it more of a button, because inherently, if I have to do this and then click save to put a note on it, that is going to be too much. So I'm hoping with my other extensions I can convert this text input box into a checkbox that then might automatically save. Otherwise, that is just going to add a whole bunch of extra work, and it's only really necessary until I can get my file list smaller. Unfortunately, I really couldn't find anything that would just automatically put a last visited bit of text on a page, which is really all I really need, is just something that would automatically put last visited on the page. Too many extensions want to be buttons and in the menu bar. Just not really where I want it to go. This one was on the follow list. I can move it over to the wish list. In this Void Stranger game, I can see why it wouldn't have even been on the follow list from just the looks of it. We can continue to grab the free store stuff, even though it's all pointless. I guess it's doubly pointless, pun intended, and that it doesn't cost any points. So yeah, here's the big game. I definitely have seen hype around Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered. Definitely seeing a lot of people playing it. Even in the middle of the night, we have 75,000 people online right now. So I guess I can go ahead and just put this on the wish list. I am still in a weird position. It is single player only, though, in that I never played Oblivion, so I don't have particularly a high reason why I would want to play it immediately at full price at $50. There is a deluxe upgrade here also that bumps it up to $60, which there is very much an argument that a remake of an old game should cost less than $60. There is just quite a lot of anthropomorphic animal creatures I've seen screenshots of, and you just don't see that in Skyrim. You have elves in Skyrim, but any animal character is usually a bear or a dragon, or maybe a mammoth, and they're just characters that you fight. So it feels like there is more fantasy in Oblivion than even Skyrim did, and Skyrim maybe went more mainstream in the area that it was, and it wasn't until you get DLC that you start getting back to the idea of vampires and werewolves. See, and I don't know if this blue and red flame screen here is supposed to be an actual room is like that, or if it's supposed to be that you can pick sides in a faction war at some point. It says it has violence, gore, blood, and sexual themes. Which, yeah, I can't help but wonder, too, if there is going to be a case where Baldur's Gate 3 comparisons are going to echo very negatively against people playing Oblivion, particularly people who don't have a lot of nostalgia for Oblivion. Like, you kind of know that anybody who has nostalgia for Oblivion is going to sing its praises almost certainly, like, which is, I guess, backed up by 82% positive right now. It's going to be the people who just finished playing Baldur's Gate 3 6 months ago or so that are going to compare a much newer game to an older game, perhaps unfairly, that would have any real criticism. But yeah, we're probably going to see several bits of news around this Oblivion Remastered. And visually, looking at the screens, it does look nice and like a modern game. And certainly the question, I guess, really comes down to, when you get to a remake like this, should you potentially consider it a brand new game that just is reusing the story of an older game? Because I think in this case the remake pretty much is that. Like, it'll be the same missions and the same story and the same general location, but visually it's just going to be so much improved. I wish I had some screenshots in comparison. So let's see. Even on the lowest graphic setting, the game runs terribly on the Steam Deck. They took the sliding scale of difficulty and something at first. I feel like these hearts are just cuss words that have now been censored, or people are self-censoring. Anti-cheat in a single player. Game runs terribly on modern hardware. Crashes too much. So the complaints seem to be very much on the hardware level that Unreal Engine 5 is an optimization failure. Yeah, a lot of modern Unreal 5s does seem like it is really only focused on ray tracing and is not really focused on optimizing in any other way. So ditching baked-in shadows and forcing the game to use ray tracing shadows, which means you need basically a hugely expensive graphics card for it to really work. Let's see. My continued playing is being carried on by nostalgia and the fact that Oblivion is arguably my favorite Elder Scrolls game. The issue is purely performance-wise. Buggiest game I've ever played. And I played soccer too. Yeah. That is an interesting aspect to keep an eye out for too, is that Bethesda games have been notoriously buggy in their own engine as far as the Elder Scrolls series goes and Bethesda games in general. So the question would be, would an Unreal Engine remake of Oblivion have fewer bugs than Starfield did, or the original Oblivion did? Because those would be your two comparisons. Is that Starfield is the most recent version of a game from Bethesda using Bethesda's internal engine, which I think it's the Creation Engine or the Gamebryo engine is what they used. And I imagine you might find that there's slightly fewer bugs in the Unreal Engine. Let's see. And so yeah, I'm scrolling down these negative reviews, and it looks like every single review seems to be very much around the quality of the performance, except for this review here, which game still has terrible AI that just runs straight at you, delayed reactions, easily tilted, runs into wall. This one seems to be specifically about the AI. And this probably highlights a interesting aspect too, in that in video games the visuals are gonna sell games very, very well. And so as long as this game looks pretty, it's gonna get a lot of people buying it, which is gonna get a lot of people liking it, and a smaller percentage of people disliking it if the game is actually good. The video here is playing the Patrick Stewart intro. But yeah, that's not... He just kind of talks to you, I think, at the beginning of the game, and that's it. There might be something to be said about Oblivion's story being maybe a little bit linear. And it looks like some of those lizard people are from the realm of Oblivion. Now it's showing real gameplay and showing off different weapons and swords. One thing that might be very refreshing just from playing Oblivion for the first time is that there's a decent chance you're not just going to end up being a stealth archer, regardless of how you might want to avoid being a stealth archer. Skyrim really pushed you into that direction. I kind of wonder, as a content creator, should I just not play these kinds of games when there's already 190,000 people playing it in 24-hour peaks? Like, is the game already just so well known that it's just kind of pointless to try and highlight a game and talk about a game that everybody is already playing and already knows about? And I think that argument does hold some weight. 82% positive, 15,000 user reviews. Let's go look at Skyrim Special Edition in contrast, which, remember, Microsoft, being the owner of Bethesda now, has really just continued this path of reselling Skyrim over and over again. So overall, you're at 94% positive with 186,000 user reviews in Skyrim Special Edition, which I don't think the Special Edition also includes reviews for the original edition, but maybe it does. So Oblivion well on its way to match that. I think I also installed a new extension for Firefox that shows the ProtonDB rating of games. So we can now click on that and potentially get to the Proton database of reviews and feedback as far as the games work. You can see how the reviews and feedback happens is that people are putting thumbs up comments on ProtonDB, which is its own separate site, not connected to Steam in any way. You can see a lot of these also giving you hints more as far as what you need to adjust or change to get it to work. And then a lot of these are getting very specific as far as just there's issues on Linux running that game. But yeah, I do think Oblivion is probably one of these games in particular that just would not make any sense for me to play unless I could get early access to it and be the only person on the planet playing the game before anybody else, which is highly unlikely would ever be the case for me. We don't have any refurbs for sale on the Steam Deck, and again, yeah, unless you're just going at the cheapest 256, which is about the cheapest I can really suggest, I would say right now the move is to buy the Lenovo Go S Steam version, not the Windows version. Be careful about that. Also, the Lenovo Legion Go S cheapest version is going to have 32 gigs of RAM. Might be faster RAM, where there is also a 64 gigabyte RAM version to consider. That being said, the Steam Deck here for the LCD is 16 gigs, and so is true for the OLED. So yeah, there is definitely more of an argument to get the Lenovo Go S right now than getting a refurbed OLED for maybe $100 cheaper, or getting an OLED at full price for almost the exact same price as the Lenovo Go's. But you do get the touchpads, and you do get the different layout on the Steam Deck, and you do get extra buttons that are going to be hidden in other places with the Lenovo. So yeah, if you really want the touchpads, that's about the best argument Yeah, I definitely would still suggest most people wait though and see what the reviews say, because there definitely will be people that also say they will pull out their Steam Decks and the Lenovo Go and compare the two, and they'll say something along the lines of the buttons feel worse, or the buttons feel better, or the layout feels worse, or the layout feels better, or one feels heavier, or one feels lighter, things like that. Physical things you really wouldn't be able to compare by just looking at the listing on the website. Here we can see Oblivion has also jumped up to number 2, so a lot of people, despite maybe some bugs, are playing Oblivion on their Steam Deck, which also certainly paints kind of a bad picture for the future of gaming, in that high-powered gaming PC is not really needed, which is probably good for commoditizing PC gaming overall, but then also a remake of a very old game is jumping into the number 2 spot, only being beaten out by Baldur's Gate 3, which is overwhelmingly positive compared to very positive. Yeah, so we do feel like we might be back into an era of fantasy games too. But yeah, new games like Schedule 1 in the 5th spot, Electro is relatively new in the 3rd spot, Blueprints is in the 8th spot as a new game. The stalwart of the Binding of Isaac Rebirth is still being played a ton. Yeah. And I generally say I still feel like the Binding of Isaac Rebirth and the Binding of Isaac series in general is probably the best game ever made, just because of the amount of replayability, how much you can play. I think there's a valid argument that people would say the same about Skyrim or Oblivion too, is that those games were infinitely replayable. Here we can see Skyrim also is high up. People playing that still on the Steam Deck. But yeah. A lot of these games are games that are very replayable in general. You just can keep on playing them forever. I want to see what this Fields of Mysteria is. A little surprising to see even Devil May Cry there. I suppose the good news is that we do have a new game that people are excited about. The bad news, though, is that it's a remake of Oblivion instead of a brand new game. But I think that's pretty much the way it's going to go, is that you're either going to have something like Split Fiction that catches a lot of people's attention, but not all of the gaming community, or you're going to have a much bigger game. This early access game from 2024 is overwhelmingly positive, but it's still labeled early access. So yeah, maybe there's a point here where I should say early access and make that note. And you can see how this already would take too long. And then if I made a note that said early access, I could put it on the wish list and take it off the follow list. But yeah, I'm not ready to do that. And yeah, I'm not going to be clicking on every single ProtonDB link. We are going to mostly just be looking for platinum / gold / silver / bronze, which I think is the rating system that ProtonDB uses, just occasionally to get that information. And since these are Firefox extensions, both the Notes extension and the ProtonDB extension will not show up on the YouTube Shorts. That's just not how it's going to go. What is going on here? Again. So what I'm guessing happened here, if I was to guess, is that there is something has changed on how the way things are depicted now from Google slideshows, which you'd think you would make these Google slideshows so that they would work once and stay that way forever. But yeah. Where's my extension at? Did I lose an extension somehow? Did I hit some kind of button that turned off something? Yeah, I'm missing an extension here. There was one I had that would center content and add margins. Here it is. So I have that extension and it's doing absolutely nothing. So I didn't lose that one. So yeah, I kind of have to assume that Google Documents itself has just changed something. Yeah, we can enter full screen mode and show it that way. That's fine. But yeah. Black screen or white screen, full screen, full screen with an F. This is nice, then it has a shortcut key that will always enter full screen or always exit full screen, but won't just toggle. And then you also have a toggle. You always want to program your software that way if you can. Yeah. Well, this was the case. That's black screen. That's a white screen. Yeah, something weird has just happened here, where now all of a sudden, instead of it taking the full size, it is putting black bars on the side of it, regardless of how much I zoom in or zoom out. It just has like a auto sizing element here. Oh, I'm gonna have to deal with that later. But yeah, just suffice it to say, I do not like that. And I'll hope to try and fix that in the future so that we're back to blue on the borders matching up. Alright, well, I said I thought this would be like 30 minutes warm up, but then I rambled on, so it's been an hour and 10 minutes of warm up anyways. So yes, the game for today is definitely to figure out how we're going to keep an eye on how much people are talking about Oblivion, which will be high, how much and what people are complaining about as far as Oblivion, because people like to complain. And yeah, I think that's mostly going to be the main focus for today as we go through the news articles. Also, yeah, I've got lots of things with my macros still. Doing things wrong, scrolling down on pages when they should scroll back up. I don't know why that is really the case. And yeah, we might as well just open up these two most recent articles too, and then we go. So every physical third-party Switch 2 game seen in Japan so far is a game key card requiring a download. It's not clear if this will also be the case in the West. So yeah, Wi-Fi and internet and cell phone service even in Japan is very much different, and certainly in a small island like Japan it's easy enough to have the entire island covered in 5G style internet, so it's a very different situation. Noticeably though, the three screenshots here are two Sega games and one Capcom games, and it may very well just be a case also that the ones being announced for the day one launch, if they aren't already selling games for a console that's not even available yet, might very much just be downloads because they are rushing to release the games as fast as possible. Yeah, it seems like there's actually quite a bigger list here of games. So it's not just Sega and Capcom. But yeah. I could see it being a different thing in the West. I could see it not being a different thing. I could see that the second generation of these games might come out and might actually have the game on the cartridges. In the end, I guess, to finish a thought, or have a thought even here, it kind of doesn't matter. The bigger problem is the cost of games and the cost of the hardware. Whether you have to download or not is kind of secondary, because if you can afford the console at all, you more than likely can already afford internet, and decent internet at that point. It definitely is not a system that has been set up to accommodate people who are poor and can't really afford the hardware, or are going to the library to get internet access, which is, yeah, some people do that in the West, but yeah, those people tend not to have Switches. And honestly, I don't know if most libraries would even give you Wi-Fi. A lot of them probably do have free Wi-Fi though. It would make some sense to do that, where kids could go and download games off the Wi-Fi. Let's see, Xbox Cloud Gaming is now available on an LG Smart TVs. The Xbox app now allows LG models from 2022 and later to stream Xbox games without a console. So the first actual step here of turning everything into an Xbox has made its move. Oh, I might as well mention this, thinking of TVs, as I was trying to get a infrared and RF remote repeater to work with my Tuya smart home service, and so I got one, particularly because I have a remote for my adjustable bed that the plastic battery cover that holds the batteries in and makes connections so the batteries actually work has broken, and it broke very quickly as a cheap piece of plastic, but they don't make replacement batteries for it that are less than $300. And a conversion kit to replace the hardware under my bed, the controller box, also $300 to $400. So if this remote breaks, my adjustable bed base, which is perfectly fine, is going to cost $300 to $400 to fix it, to replace a remote, which at that point, at that price point, you're approaching half the price of just buying a whole new bed base at that. And that's just crazy. Nowadays, you can get ones that have Bluetooth connectability, and yeah, I would definitely recommend that. I bet the apps suck like crazy. I bet they don't integrate into any kind of smart home system at all. But just being able to potentially have a hacked software in the future to replace a broken remote makes a lot of sense. So what I was trying to do was use this RF repeater to emulate the signals of the remote of my bed, which would be cool because then that would integrate it into the smart home as a do-it-yourself setup. It means at a certain point you could probably have the bed tilt up at a certain time and wake you up. There is probably a decent argument as to why smart beds are not smart, and that you don't want somebody on the internet moving your bed around, potentially hurting somebody or just causing discomfort in a bed. But yeah, that there's a small danger in that, certainly. And then there's just not a lot of sensors in beds, so they're not going to know if a person is asleep in the bed, or if they're snoring, or if they're rolling over, or things like that. You're just not going to have vibration sensors built into a bed, so making it smart doesn't make the most sense, even as a gimmick. Unfortunately, the RF receiver thing I got starts off like a lot of Tuya devices, in that it is almost impossible to connect to. A lot of Tuya devices, you need to put them in the old slow blinking mode to get them to connect, because the fast blinking mode will just fail every time. At least on my networks it does that, and I think that's pretty common. I think it is very much a case that a lot of them have older software on them, and the newer versions of the software with the fast blinking mode just is broken, and will never be fixed. So I finally got it connected after a dozen attempts or so, which is part of the problem with the Tuya devices. But there's just a lot of different Tuya devices, so I'd say 60 to 70% of the ones I get connect on the first try in fast blinking mode and work perfectly fine, and then the 30% of them tend to be problematic, and there has been maybe 5% of them that are just downright broken and don't work. Not 100% the case with this RF receiver bridge or transmitter, but what it did run into as a problem is that even though the remote for my bed is 433 megahertz, it has a whole pairing thing you do to pair it with beds. You hold down certain buttons and put it into a pairing mode, which probably means it has a rolling code programmed into it, and I do not believe that the Tuya device can do rolling codes. So I had some other radio frequency devices that I tried it with, and like anything with pairing in it didn't work. The only thing I could get it to work with was a ceiling fan remote that I believe does not have a pairing function, or if it does have a pairing function, it's an older fashioned one. It may also be a case though that the device itself is just not programmed to receive the kinds of codes you would get from a remote control on either a outlet switch, a cheaper outlet switch which I had, or my bed remote. But I think it probably means newer remotes with rolling codes just won't work. So I did get it to work. I also totally got it to work with infrared, so now I could potentially control 3 of my TVs. The problem with the third TV, though, I believe is because it is an actual computer monitor. I don't think it has any kind of infrared remote interface. It didn't come with a remote for certain, so I don't think that there's anything I can do to turn that one on and off. And that is a problem that I recognize by buying a monitor, is that all of a sudden you lose that opportunity of being able to turn off monitors left and right. Which, yeah, that's a long story to say basically nothing. I did decide to fix my bed remote by putting a screw through the plastic and just screwing down through and adding a hole to the bottom of the remote in a place where I knew I wasn't going to be screwing into the motherboard of it, and so there was an empty void there, and so I just screwed it down tight, and that seemed to work fairly well. And yeah, maybe that'll last me another 10 years, but I'm going to get less than 20 years out of this bed frame before I end up having to replace it, which really sucks. And yeah, I guess that means I have nothing to say as far as Xbox on LG TVs. I do suspect, though, it's not going to be the best experience ever streaming games. It'll probably be fine for a lot of them. I think the compromise on streaming games is going to be very different than the compromise of playing something on the Steam Deck. Unfortunately, like clockwork almost, I'm going to have to take a bathroom break, so I'm going to pause the recording and I'll be back in like 10 or 20 minutes. Okay, I'm back. There is a real problem with the tyranny of time, in that, like, I probably should recognize and just wait an hour after eating before even starting the stream, but man, that would just be another hour in which I'd sit around and do nothing or accomplish very little, or I'd get into some project and then it wouldn't be exactly an hour. Like, schedules, man, I just never have been able to really follow any of them. Not to any real success. And yeah, for some people, living your life 5 minutes late all the time is pretty fine, and in my case, maybe an hour late is not going to be fine for anybody, though. But yeah, the problem is I always start streaming and right after I've eaten something, so I have the hope of some energy, and then when I start talking, I'm drinking a ton of water too, so plus I'm sitting upright when I often am also lying down, so yeah, it just gets everything going as far as my guts are concerned. Anyways, you don't want to hear about that. You want to hear about video game news if you want to hear about anything. Humble Bundle is selling the entire Doom series and Machine Games Wolfenstein titles for $28. Players can prepare for Doom the Dark Ages by playing through every major entry in the game. Now, arguably, a big part of that $28, though, would be the value of the Wolfenstein titles, not games that frankly should be free at this point, as far as the Doom 1, Doom 2, Doom 3. I mean, like, regardless of enhanced versions, regardless of the fact that, like, Doom 64 has been hard to get, like, arguably, yeah, I would say this should be public domain, this should be public domain, this should be public domain because it was out of sale for so long. This probably should be public domain because it's out of sale. So let's just throw those first 4 games, even the enhanced versions, out the window. And then the real value here is Doom 2016 Reboot, which I'm not going to make an argument that that should be public domain, because that's been available for purchase and sold this whole time. And Doom Eternal, which does remind me that yes, there was a second Doom game, and so Doom the Dark Ages is actually the 3rd game in this restart, and yeah, weirdly it has a year 1 pass. And then Wolfenstein the New Order and Wolfenstein the Old Blood I've covered, and Wolfenstein 2 the New Colossus I haven't covered. Now, noticeably though, none of the previous Wolfenstein games, which should also be public domain, Wolfenstein 1 and 2, the original Wolfenstein 1 and 2, are even included in this bundle, let alone any kind of mods for Doom or Wolfenstein that other people would have made. Those aren't included either. And the terrible Wolfenstein spin-off games are also not here, in that there was a Wolfenstein VR game, and then there was a Wolfenstein, I believe, Youngblood game that had BJ Blazkowicz's daughters be the protagonist. So that game is missing too. So yeah, you're really not getting anywhere close to the totality of things that have been made. And this is Doom 3, but not Doom 3 to BFG edition, I would guess. Otherwise they'd probably mention that. So yeah, there's still some things there. Let's see, can we even find a link to the Humble Bundle? Let's see, we'll use this. Let's see if we can find the link to the Humble Bundle. It's probably this one that says the bundle. Yeah. So yeah, the bundle includes really just the ones they want. Yeah, and it's Doom 3, not Doom 3 BFG edition, from the looks of it. Well, that didn't do anything, but yeah. I think I accidentally opened up some new tabs there. So I don't think these are really news things. Yeah. So much. So the next story here from Video Games Chronicle is Let Me Do That Again. The Oblivion Remastered still has the original infamous dialogue blooper. Tandiwee's badly edited voice acting is still here from a new generation of players. So does she actually say let me do that again? And they left that in? I am listening to it. The audio doesn't sound particularly great for that first character that you talked to either. I imagine voice acting in this game was going to be kind of bad. So far this voice actor Okay, so it literally does say the line of dialogue, and then the voice actor says, wait a minute, let me do that again, and then the voice actor does the same line of dialogue a second time. And so you could see, even though you couldn't hear it, that the lip flaps and movements really only matched what was being said in the first flubbed line, and then it stopped playing, and so it's just silent. So here the lip flaps are animated, then it just stops. And weirdly it looks like the lip flaps were actually animated to the second take, because the lip flaps stop before the first take is finished. It's even saying the line. So somebody put the wrong version of the file in there, and seems like they have just left that in, which I assume that's supposed to be an Easter egg, but also I wonder if that is some kind of like weird contractual thing. Remember, the makers of this game are not Bethesda as far as the remastered, and let's face it, it really is a remake at this point. I just don't see how you really even call it remastered. It's not on the same engine, it's not the same team. It is a remake that is just very much staying true to the content. I guess maybe they just want to leave open the door that there might be a full-on remake. But I don't know what much more you could really do with Oblivion, and certainly somebody who had played Oblivion in its original form would have to make that argument as to if there really was room to make a remake now that would somehow be called Oblivion, but have very different story, very different map layout, very different characters or gameplay mechanics. Yeah, I don't think anybody really wants that level of change. If you were going to do that, why not just call that Elder Scrolls 8 and set it in the same region, but at a different time? Make an Oblivion 2 potentially. So yeah, there's our story about Oblivion, and frankly that may be an example of the digging very deep to find anything to say as far as having a headline with Oblivion in it, because it is seemingly exactly what you would expect as far as a remaster, and that there's nothing particularly new or different or changed to it. Let's see, PlayStation 5's classic PlayStation themes are coming back this week. A new audio focus feature is also coming to the system. I wonder what the audio focus feature is going to do in particular. Audio focus, with a feature which increases immersion by providing presets to amplify soft sounds to meet your hearing preferences, ensuring clearer audio experiences using headphones and headsets. So basically it's just some audio boost, which arguably, instead of Sony having a system like this, which maybe you need a system like this anyways, maybe Sony should be just enforcing better audio standards in games in general. Which, yeah. I don't know if Sony or Nintendo or Microsoft have any rules or regulations as far as what is the normalized volume supposed to be in a game, or what is the absolute lowest volume of sound can be in a game, and what is the absolute highest of volume of sound can be. But yeah, I definitely am with Blackwell Deception, listening to the commentary. I would certainly benefit from voice boosting quiet sounds. But typically, these volume boost things don't work particularly well. Like boosting voices in particular is often difficult on TV, but it might be easier in video games since the channels are already broken out, so voice chats, character voices, and other middle frequency sounds would be boosted. But yeah, I don't know if it's actually going to do anything special because it's a voice chat or not. Boosting low pitch is something a lot of people might enjoy. It's just getting more bass. Boosting high pitch is generally not what people really need unless you actually are deaf. But then you also don't want to boost these things and hurt your hearing. It's available when using headphones connected via USB or analog jack. It's not supported for HDMI connections to the TV, AV receivers, or soundbars. So it's not even fully fleshed out as a concept. Because, yeah, inherently, even if you do like this, you would have to then plug in a mini stereo jack from the analog jack on the back of a PS5, which probably isn't a mini stereo jack, it's probably an RCA connection. Actually, I'm not sure either one. Like, we're gonna have to look at the back of a PS5, you know, just to see. But but yeah, there is a case there where you could connect. Let's see, what do we have on the back of a PS5 here? I see two USB ports, a connection, and an HDMI. I don't even see any analog connections. Let's go with PS5 headphone jack. See what that looks like. The headphone jack itself is on the controller. Okay. So that makes some sense. So you would either need a USB to mini stereo jack, adapter, something like this, but very possibly something with a chip in it like this, which is what I guess this would be instead of these just being wired connections. You need something like that to have it plugged into the back of a PS5 to then use a male version of the mini stereo jack connectors here to go from that to into a surround sound if to use any of that. Or even worst case scenario, you're going to need a mini stereo jack to mini stereo jack male cord, and you're going to have to plug it into the bottom of a controller and then have the wire from that controller go to a surround sound or a TV. And then you're just going to have to hope your TV has a mini stereo jack in. Line in might work, probably would work, but yeah, you wouldn't 100% know. So you are limited, I think, severely by the fact that there aren't any audio outputs. And yeah, for such an expensive device as the PS5 is, it is kind of crazy that there isn't a second HDMI connection at the very least to put audio out. And yeah, this once again is an example of where audio is just not cared about at all. But yeah, it totally should have a second HDMI connection for audio out, or an optical connection. It's still very believable that you might use an optical connection to a surround sound. Even an RCA connection still kind of makes some sense. But yeah, if you're going to stick with just HDMI, 2 HDMI connectors on the back would have made a decent amount of sense. Although it might have confused people too if one was for the audio return channel, the ARC, versus one for the audio being out. I suppose, though, if this feature worked just via the HDMI output, as far as the boost feature, you would have the HDMI come out of your PS5, go into your TV, and then your TV would have an audio return channel HDMI connection that would go to a surround sound. But that would add some delay, more than likely, which you might not like. So unfortunately, that is a nice new feature that won't get anybody really talking about it too much other than people playing with headphones. And I just don't know how many people are playing a PS5 with headphones that really want to play it with headphones. I imagine deaf people would still just be turning it up on the TV. Moving on, Sonic X Shadow Generations will be a Switch 2 launch game. Sega announces that it will join Yakuza 0 and Puyo Tetris 2S on day one. Yeah, I probably won't get any response for this, but I'm trying to figure out if there's a cheaper thing you can do to fix walls other than paint them. I don't think there is. I talked about in the last stream, I'm thinking about putting up floating shelves on a wall. The other thought which might be cheaper, is putting up tapestries or peel and stick wallpaper, which is something I definitely wouldn't do. I could get a tapestry, but nothing really has jumped to mind as far as what I'd want to do with that. And yeah, floating shelves allows for redecoration fairly consistently. Changing a tapestry doesn't. Regardless, I still think I would want to paint the walls. Plus there's some holes in the walls that also need to be patched. So I'm hoping I'm not ending up having to pay somebody a massive amount of money. It is going to be more than I want to pay him, almost certainly. But yeah, I think the walls need to be painted. They're pink right now in particular, and this is just in the hallway, so in the end I'm probably going to end up repainting a lot of things. On the other hand, I might just want to move. There definitely is a scenario where I could see myself, if I could get a new house cheap and sell my current house for a massive amount of profit, I could see moving, but that's almost certainly not going to ever happen. Yeah, so, and certainly that's kind of an overreaction to walls needing to be painted. And that's not doesn't have anything to do with video games. It's just yet another thing. It's just so many things have fallen onto my shoulders, and it's just a nightmare of maintaining house and keeping house and cleaning and decluttering the house. Once I do get it all cleaned and decluttered, it's going to be a very empty house for at least some amount of time, which is going to be weird. Anyways, video games. Let's talk about video games. Let's try to get through this stream. Ghost of Yoti release date has been announced. What is the actual release date? October 2nd. Let's stay with just the facts and move on. Instead of shutting down mod remaking Oblivion in Skyrim, Bethesda gave the Team Oblivion remastered keys. This is one of those headlines where you really could use some quotation marks here. Instead of shutting down the mod that was remaking Oblivion in Skyrim, Bethesda gave the team Oblivion remastered keys. And then the quote here is, "They have no intention of shutting down our project," the Sky Oblivion team says. Which, yeah. For Bethesda, I imagine this is decent PR without actually causing any real issues, and that I imagine Sky Oblivion isn't actually anywhere close to releasing a finalized mod anyways, and whatever that mod is, it's still going to be running on the Skyrim engine, which means it's the engine that Bethesda itself actually uses, unlike Oblivion Remastered, which was made by a third-party developer and made an Unreal Engine. So they're basically getting some free development and hints at what you could have done had you just made Oblivion in the Skyrim mod version of the engine. And giving away free keys is basically nothing. So yeah, I will applaud Microsoft's subsidiary Bethesda for going in this direction, but also, had they done anything else, they would have just been creating a controversy, and I would expect that the Sky Oblivion mod may just fizzle out in its own efforts. Now, there may just not be anywhere as much of a motivation to continue to try to remake Oblivion in Skyrim now that Oblivion Remastered has been made. weirdly, we still are in this position where Elder Scrolls games 1 through 3 are not likely ever to be remade or remastered. And so the experience for most people is going to be just Oblivion and Skyrim and whenever the next Elder Scrolls game comes out. So we really are just talking about a trilogy of games over an extremely long amount of time. Which, yeah, fails to really make the Elder Scrolls series feel particularly relevant because of just how long the games have been released and how far apart the releases have been. You kind of have a similar situation with like Witcher 1 and Witcher 2, Fallout 1 and Fallout 2. There's kind of quite a few series that gained a niche audience and then lost that niche audience to go mainstream and gained a much bigger audience, and it just left those previous games in the past. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a Fallout 1 remake that remaster that comes out at some point by a third-party developer from Bethesda too, also. But just to go along with like the TV show. But yeah, it's also worth pointing out Bethesda can only do this so many times. Even if they did get third-party developers to remaster Fallout 1, Fallout 2, Fallout Brotherhood of Steel Tactics, Elder Scrolls 1 Arena, which is not even an RPG game, Elder Scrolls 2, Elder Scrolls 3, they're done at that point. They've got 6 games in total that they can remaster before they're starting to think about the path of remastering Fallout New Vegas, which they don't really want to do, or remastering games that they've already released, like Fallout 3, or Fallout 4, or Starfield, or Skyrim. Yeah, they can only delay it so far. Eventually, either Bethesda has to be able to pull out a new game that people actually enjoy, or Microsoft should really start to break Bethesda apart. And a big part of that they should have already done. They should have gotten rid of ZeniMax as the parent company of Bethesda and put them under direct control of Microsoft Game Studios, Xbox Game Studios, instead of just being so hands-off with it. And I definitely think as we are approaching a probable recession, you are going to start to see Microsoft making those decisions where more and more of management is going to be laid off as they've run out of people in the associate low-level positions to lay off. And there is just going to be more and more of a demand for actual games to come out and actual success. Let's see. The Diablo head says there's an opportunity to put Diablo 4 on Switch 2 if they can figure out the live service elements, which inherently tells you everything you need to know about Diablo 4 is that it is not a game they even want to sell unless they can do live services, and that there is not a way in their mind to strip out the live service elements and make something called Diablo 4 work on the Switch 2. Yeah, and I certainly don't like scrolling up to each of these articles. Nintendo says a significant number of Japanese players will miss out on the Switch 2 pre-order lottery. The number of people who have applied far exceeded its expectations, says President Shuntaro Furukawa. Which, yeah. it's been a little bit more delayed than I would expect it, but we definitely are going to start seeing just shortages overall because of tariffs, and it's not just 100% US, it's probably 99.9% US tariffs, but other countries are following suit, and so yeah, you're going to see shortages of even switches in other countries, or price hikes in other countries for the Switch. And even in Japan, where they were trying their best to treat everyone nicely, there is massive amounts of sticker shock in the price tag, and just still high demand that's not being fulfilled. Let's see. Onimusha 2 Remastered's new hell difficulty is so hard only a couple of the developers have beaten it. The remaster of Capcom's PS2 action game is out next month. I suppose that is technically advertising, but it might also be an argument that the hell mode is not balanced in any way, which, heck, that's probably not a terrible thing, but yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm watching this stream and they're mentioning Nobunaga Oda, and they've said Nobunaga like 3 times. Once at the very beginning I skipped, and then they said it again, so they must be just saying Nobunaga a lot. So this is once again one of these Asian games that changes, well, not changes much, and just talks about the same stories over and over again, and talk about the same characters over and over again. Yeah, it definitely feels like to me some of these Asian stories are what would have happened if Superman, for instance, was like public domain, and that you just would have had a 100 years of people telling stories about Superman only, which perhaps that is one interesting argument around copyright, is that it just prevents oversaturation of stories. And so they end that trailer with saying Nobunaga also. Nobunaga, I guess, is the bad guy in the story, not the character you're playing as. But yeah. But also I think that may very well just be an Asian thing too, because the story of Jesus effectively has been around for at least 2,000 years, and while there is a prevalent amount of stories around Christianity, most of them don't involve Jesus, and most of them are not religious fiction. Maybe that's because it's actually a religion and Nobunaga is not. But Sherlock Holmes might be the next thing, and there is a little bit of saturation around Sherlock Holmes, but not a massive amount. So yeah, I hate to generalize what would probably be close to 4 to 5 billion people, but I kind of just feel like Asians, particularly Japanese and Chinese, have not been particularly creative in the past couple hundred years. Like, They seem like when they have a fantasy story, it is always either around the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and the Monkey King, and or Nobunaga in Japanese terms. Maybe there's more political reasons for that to be the case, but man, boy, do I at this point just roll my eyes anytime I hear anybody say Nobunaga. I see anybody make a game based on the Monkey King or Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It really ruins any of like the Dynasty Warrior series of games. It just kind of, at this point, I've had my fill of just seeing even trailers and advertisements for games around that. Now, to contrast that, in fairness, in the past 30 to 60 years, yes, there has been a lot of creativity around the Japanese people. You have crazy games like Bayonetta or Neptunia, things like that are out of nowhere. The Persona series, so particularly in video games and in anime in general, and manga, there's been a massive amount of creativity there. So they are catching up, and they probably have done a remarkable job of catching up and surpassing other people around the world. But you still occasionally get these historical fiction things, which you don't see that in the United States, really. You don't see people making games where you play as Abraham Lincoln, or you mention Abraham Lincoln in it, or George Washington. Perhaps that is because the United States history is short and bloody. But yeah, there's just not anything similar in the United States that I can compare it to. Anyways, I'm rambling. Let's move on. Let's see. Nintendo asks a court for a default judgment after a streamer who taunted it with pirated games ignored a court order, but it's only asking for damages on one of the 10 pirated games. So this is Jesse Keehan, streamed before release. Alright, so this is Nintendo of America specifically, so we're in the realm of American legal system, this case in particular. So we'll keep that in mind. U.S. District Court. They're asking for a default judgment against a streamer who regularly played pirated games before their release and taunted the company following his failure to respond to a court order. So I think we probably would strip out most of what you would assume and what Nintendo of America would like you to assume, which is the idea that playing pirated games and streaming pirated games is particularly illegal, and really just bring this down to a court order not being followed, which judges will certainly potentially enter a default judgment, or often I think they will bend over backwards to give the person a reason to explain why they didn't follow the court order. So what is the court order? It could be a subpoena. He may have very well just not showed up on the subpoena, which might also mean that this Jesse, I assume it's a male, which I don't know why I need to even assume that, but I assume they are in the United States. Now, if they're not in the United States, then there's an argument that maybe they don't even have to respond to a U.S. court order, or have to follow it, even if they are streaming to YouTube. Although Nintendo has submitted dozens of takedown notices, and platforms such as YouTube and Twitch have shut his channels down, he seems to be, they're claiming that he's invading the channels being shut down. So the process has already led to Twitch and YouTube shutting down his channels. So unless he's just making new channels, or maybe he's on a different service like Kick or something that's not listening to those DMCA takedown notices. Now, arguably, this is really where the court process should begin, and the DMCA should not exist, and YouTube and Nintendo should not have the ability to tell Twitch or YouTube to shut down those channels, and Twitch and YouTube should have their own sole discretion there, which is not the case right now. Yeah, this is the guy who sent a letter saying he had 1,000 burner channels to stream from and can do this all day. So they're saying that Kian invaded service, quote unquote, of the complaint after it was filed on November 6th, so the court allowed it to serve the court order through substituted means, which means they haven't served him in the general way as far as saying you've been served and handing you a piece of legal document, which usually is a subpoena to show up and testify, or at least be a part of the proceedings. So the substituted means is a harder thing to get around, which means that they would basically put it in a newspaper. Who reads newspapers these days? Or on a public docket or document somewhere, public forum, to tell him that he's been served that way. So as far as Kian can claim, when they do it in these substituted means, he can easily claim he never received the service, and the judge is going to bend over backwards to believe him in that case. So yeah, this is standard way in which lawyers would move, is that the next step is to ask for a default judgment, but they are going to really fail to get anywhere with this. As far as we know, Kian may not even really exist. He may not be in the United States, and he could certainly appeal any default judgment, which he may not even really know is being awarded to him, if it was awarded to him, because he can always claim he did not actually receive the service at all. Even if they did get this $10,000 judgment that they're trying to seek, which really they're just trying to set a precedent here, it doesn't really matter, because they'll never likely see any of that money from this person. It is a crazy situation, and it really just goes to show where Nintendo is wasting money. They're probably paying their lawyers a lot more than $10,000 to go through this whole process just to set legal precedents, which in this case won't even really set a precedent at all, just to try and scare away and fight piracy of one person who probably is irate at Nintendo for the massive long list of things Nintendo has been anti-consumer about overall, and while still likely being a fanboy of Nintendo games enough to want to make content around it. And certainly that just echoes my own feelings in part as to why I would never bother to ever cover a Nintendo game, even if it would have to be a good 5 to 10 years after Nintendo put Nintendo games on PC before I even began to start to think about streaming any of that content and promoting it and giving consumer advice around it, because right now there's so much bad blood they've created, and they've just so mishandled the situation, and this really is just mishandling the situation completely. And yeah, this whole story really has very little to do with video games, and very little to do with the DMCA anti-piracy claims that they're making, which that's all this really is, claims at this point. Because it seems to me like no court case has even happened, so nothing has been proved. So inherently, this Jesse character could be a complete foreigner, not in the United States, not held to any similar laws as the United States DMCA. He could have actually not pirated anything. He could be completely innocent. I tend to doubt it, but you are innocent until proven guilty under the legal system, and he hasn't been proven guilty. And him not showing up because they can't serve him is really a fault on theirs for not being able to serve him. And perhaps it would benefit the United States legal system if it was a case where you could not get default judgments and companies do have to actually serve you papers, and they can't do it with alternative means, and so that, yeah, it becomes just increasingly more difficult in civil matters. Now, in criminal matters, being served and having to show up in a court case often starts with you being arrested and held in jail until you see a judge for the first time. And at that point, when you see the judge at the first time, the judge is going to directly serve you with instructions as far as showing up, and that you are being held in this judicial process. And that system works relatively well, so I wouldn't say that system should change. But on the civil thing, if it's just a corporation or another person trying to sue you, maybe it really should just be a game of dodging. Like, maybe it really should just be, if you can dodge service, you win. And if somebody wants to sue you, they're gonna try really hard. It's actually very easy to serve somebody with papers. It's not like TV where you have to hand the papers to them and say you've been served, or ask them their name or anything like that. You can literally just send it in registered mail and get somebody to sign for it. If they don't sign for it, you could probably send it in regular mail as an alternative means, and still that would be good enough. It gives me certainly the feeling that they don't even know where this person is, and that they are actively avoiding him, avoiding finding out, in the hopes of getting a default judgment. And certainly there is something that feels wrong about the idea that you may be completely unaware of it, and somebody makes a default judgment on you, and then all of a sudden there might be money that you legally owe and can't even easily discharge in bankruptcy, or there might even be a warrant out for you. But that happens a lot in people in the United States. People forget to pay parking tickets and such, and then just judges will put out bench warrants, and you won't even know it, and you'll be arrested because you forgot to pay a parking ticket a year or two ago. But yeah, this is once again just a legal thing that really should not be big news and shouldn't have ever been done in the first place, in my opinion. It's a waste of Nintendo's lawyers' time. And I would have to assume, and maybe this is just me being a little naive, that Nintendo of Japan is definitely pushing Nintendo of America to make those proceedings continue, whereas I would think that people in America might realize that this is just going to be bad press for them. Of course, it's not that big of a bad press. The price of the Switch 2 is much worse news than the fact that they are suing somebody that streamed a game early. which almost certainly didn't actually cost Nintendo any sales at all. Let's see. Fortnite Festival update lets you resurrect Harmonix Fuser by adding solo jam loops. The game's music mixing feature can now be played alone, giving a Fuser-like experience. Interesting. Fortnite increasingly just becoming a platform for games instead of just a single game. And once again, we have Video Games Chronicles talking about Pokemon card games. Which, yes, I'm still playing the same old games on my phone. I really don't even have anything to say, so on those aspects, I'm making slow progress about getting done with Madoka Magica. As far as just doing all the story and just hitting that max level, and then I really will have to report back in a week or two as far as what you can actually do once you're at that max level, or whether the game just hits a brick wall. Feels like it's going to hit a brick wall. And Pokemon TCG Pocket also is taking a little too long to introduce its next expansion, so I have a little bit of time to catch up, but it also feels a little dull in that there's not any new content. As far as Pokemon TCG in the real world, Destined Rivals has Misty Psyduck and other Misty cards being revealed. So you have a picture of Misty in a towel. Interesting, she's in a towel here, and just a Staryu, and a Starmie, and a Magikarp, and a Gyarados. Yeah, and Misty here is in a conservative two-piece swimwear, swimming underwater, which I don't know if the anime really ever showed her in any swimwear at all, but I don't think it was ever blue like that. Yeah, weirdly, for a water Pokemon trainer, she didn't seem like she actually liked swimming that much as a character in the anime, as far as I could tell. And yeah, Misty definitely was the female friend, possible love interest of Ash in the anime for the first couple seasons, but not really did they ever even begin to imply that there was a chance of any real romantic interest. Ash Ketchum practically asexual in the sense that he only was about the Pokemon and catching them all. And then eventually they moved on to other female characters, female friends, as they moved to new regions, and both Brock and Misty started to fall into the background. But yeah, she definitely would have been the fan favorite female character in the first couple seasons of the Pokemon, since she would have been the only female character other than Jessie, or yeah, Jessie from Team Rocket. The Pokemon anime in particular has bent over backwards to have high crazy fashion on some of the newer female characters in particular, while also having them fully clothed. So the idea of swimwear and bikinis, or even feet showing, have been avoided as much as possible, since it is a kid's cartoon. And yeah, they want as few of those Rule 34s, isn't that what that's called, pictures to exist as possible. But yeah, like anything on the internet, there are plenty of Rule 34 pictures out there. I would assume we're going to get some Brock cards also, and maybe even some Ash Ketchum cards amongst the Destined Rivals card expansion. But I have no idea when the Destined Rivals card expansion would actually come to Pokemon Live or TCG Pocket. So at this point, we might have hit the older news, or at least the less relevant news, particularly now. Like Oblivion Remastered is available now. You should already know that. Kingdom Come 2 director wants AI to help him make more games before he dies. Daniel Vavra says he has a couple of big ideas for games he'd like to make. And yeah, I guess weirdly that is one argument for computer assistant and AI, is just the thought that you think you can create more and before you die by being assisted by computers. Although you could create more before you die by being assisted by humans who are actually creative way better than using AI. So it really is just kind of an excuse. And I have to point out that I'm a little bit personally peeved at Arduino, as they have added AI vibe coding effectively to their developer IDE to their app, which, yeah, if Arduino really was supposed to be educational and teaching people how to program microcontrollers and helping people program microcontrollers, particularly since you're not actually going to use the Arduino IDE in a finalized product, you're not likely to use it. You should be really teaching people how to program. You shouldn't just be letting them vibe code, is the phrase that has popped up now, where you're just telling an AI to make code and then you're testing the code, and if it looks like it works, then you're saying that's good enough. Of course, the problem with that is you don't really understand the code. You're not really learning anything. You're not thinking about how it's working. So you can't really optimize that code. You can't really debug the code. You can't really document the code. You can't claim that code is yours. So all you've done effectively is hired an AI to do your homework for you and then claimed it as your own, as if you were a super creative person, which is just not going to be the case. Like, I could barely see a justification in even having AI write the code originally for you, because when you are typing in code in a general old-fashioned text code way, every single line needs thought. Probably every single line needs documentation, and so for every line or two, you should have a note saying exactly what does this specific line do. And yeah, every single line needs thought as far as its style guides, and writing the variables and naming the variables is something that's easy to read. What you're going to get from AI is going to be a lot of Stack Overflow type responses, which, if you're not adapting those responses to your needs, are going to create very bad code, very inefficient code, very poorly written code. And so yeah, I just really don't think it makes sense for AI to be integrated in that. And it may not just be Arduino. Microsoft may very well have put that into Visual Studio Code also. And in fairness, the Godot engine being open sourced, I wouldn't be surprised if there's an AI vibe coding style plugin for that fairly soon. I wouldn't be surprised if there's an AI coding function that is just put into Unreal Engine and Unity very soon. It does seem like we are just going to be crabs in the buckets and pull everybody down. But really, somebody should put their foot down and say, hey, there are real coders who have really put effort to learn how to program in languages that are difficult to learn and take effort and require understanding math and science to a certain extent, and actually understanding the whole process. And these people put in that effort because they had a passion to create something good and create something worthwhile, and they should not be anywhere close to being replaced by an artificial intelligence who has stolen their ideas and then regurgitated it as AI slop. And I guess that'll be my soapbox for today. So yeah, as far as this specific story, yeah, this director is lazy. Are directors lazy? No duh. Like, a director inherently is somebody who's taking the credit for other people's work. Like, he's not the programmer, he's not the animator, he's not the voice actors, he's not the background animators, he's not the foreground animators, he's not the audio effects programmer, he's not the voice actor, he's not the bug tester, he's not the debugger. He's just the guy who probably knew somebody, or had money, or had power, or influence, and thus was put in charge of everybody else who is actually putting in creativity and effort to create something. He may at best have a general concept, and a human director having a general concept is fine, but you cannot then legitimately make the argument to me that he should want to or be able to replace actual human creators with AI, which is really what this is saying, is he wants to replace human jobs with AI jobs, which is the exact argument everybody makes with AI. And frankly, there should just be a laws against it, or there should be an abandonment of capitalism, which arguably we're going to probably hit a point where there's just going to be an abandonment of capitalism at some point. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean good things are guaranteed on the other end of that. But yeah, and I imagine capitalism will be abandoned after there are just major plagues and famines and people starving to death. Once the population goes from 7 billion to 2 billion, at that point, yeah. But yeah, I'll keep on ranting if I don't move on, so let's move on. So that was everything on the first page of video game news, which, yeah, supposedly these tabs here are supposed to be closed automatically by my macro, and what's supposed to happen is not what's happening. So there's 2 or 3 things that are not working the way I thought I'd programmed them to work. So speaking of programming, I need to try them out again and see if I can figure out what's going wrong, which requires understanding. Let's see, Madden NFL 26 release date has been leaked ahead of the official announcement. It's not known if the Switch 2 will get this edition though. What is the release date? September 4th, apparently. Let's see. A classic GBA Fire Emblem is being added to Switch Online's retro library. Fire Emblem The Sacred Stones is available now for the expansion pack subscribers. And then, yeah. Elder Scrolls reveal tomorrow is not relevant anymore. Devolver Digital, yeah, we talked about all of these stories. So, yeah. So this is on the second page of Video Games Chronicle, and all of these had been opened before, and yet they were opened again by my macro, which means it's not matching the list of link names to the list of old link names that's already opened, which means there's probably something that is off there. See, this would be page 2, which means these stories are all going to be page 3 stories. And it's not just Video Game Chronicles that it's doing this with. Seems because I've written the code in such a way that it does it for all my news sources. It's also going to be doing this for Gematsu and Gaming on Linux. So once I fix the code so it works for one, it'll fix the code for all 3, which is, yeah, double-edged sword there. When you have it written, have your code written to work like a function in that it works for multiple different sources, fixing it for one fixes it for all, but breaking it for one breaks it for all too. And we're almost done, but I'm half motivated to take yet another brief bathroom break. Yeah, I'm gonna just run and take an extremely brief bathroom break before we get into the Gematsu stories. And I'm not even gonna pause. I'll pause the video and mute myself, but I'm not even gonna start a Yu-Gi-Oh because it's gonna be that short. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Again, apologies. We'll go through the Komatsu things. I also bought these Pepperidge Farm cookies and immediately regretted it. They definitely are just not what I would have wanted. They just don't taste particularly good. The cookie base itself, they're thin little European kind of style cookies, and they have chocolate on them, maybe sometimes nuts, but the actual cookie is not very buttery, and it's just kind of dry and tasteless and not very sugary, which is very much in line with what I would say is probably a bad German cookie, or a bad German style or European style cookie might be. It might also be that the chocolate's not particularly that American style milk chocolate that is popular, but I don't think the chocolate's really the problem. I definitely think it's the cookie base that's the problem. And so yeah, I've tried a Keebler's cookie set. All of these were slick deals as far as you subscribe and save to them, and the first purchase is good as far as a good discount, and then the next time the price goes up. The Keebler cookies were individually wrapped, and they were too good, so I ate through all of them in the matter of less than a week, which was way too fast. And there's another blue tin that I don't remember the name of that company, but those cookies are actually good. They're buttery. They don't have any chocolate in them. They're not cookies in the sense that you normally would think, in that they are harder and more buttery and sweet. But yeah, they definitely are not chewy, gooey cookies with chocolate chips in them like the Keebler cookies were. But yeah, the Keeblers still tasted mostly alright. The blue tin one, though, is definitely the winner there. And yeah, I would never order the Pepperidge Farms again. Which, yeah, none of that has anything to do with video games. Nocturne for the PS5 and Switch launches July 31st. It's an isometric action adventure game for consoles. It's already been on Steam for a while. And since we just opened these tabs, they didn't automatically open. That being said, the curation did seem to work on my macro as far as these games pretty well, which will save us some time. Magical Librarian Ariana, the Books of the Seven Heroes, first details and screenshots. Interesting. And I question, can you wrap a story around a librarian character particularly well? Yeah, you probably can, because inherently you are just really making a side-scrolling platformer game otherwise. Mages has been announced as a food puzzle game. Mages is the company, called Bakumori Dining, for the PS4 and 5 and Switch, now available in Japan. I suspect this won't come to the West, and I suspect it won't come to PC. Yeah, I can't help but wonder if the Japanese enthusiasm for food has in part led to their lack of enthusiasm for children. That maybe there's something that is just in the food or in the environment in general in Japan that is effectively chemically castrating the society. I don't think it's actually a chemical thing. No, I think it is a societal thing where one can afford to go out to eat, one can't afford to own a big kitchen and a big refrigerator, so if you are going out to eat, it is much more of an experience. Although many people who can't afford to go out to eat in Japan are probably eating just konbani. I think that's the name of the word, just what are effectively grocery stores / gas station food, or ramen. And yeah, in the sense that they're just eating like cheap ramen bowls. But I can't inherently hate foodies for loving food, though. But maybe the Japanese have taken it too far when they're making video games around it. Although, watching that trailer, that looks like that's mostly a stacking game, just using food as the objects you're stacking. Let's see. Rydo remastered The Mystery of the Soulless Army has an opening movie now. Yeah, it's going to be awkward talking about this game until I no longer have to talk about it, considering the way his name is pronounced is the same way as my screen name is pronounced, although it's spelled very differently. Neon-drenched rhythmic beat-em-up Dead as Disco has a reveal trailer. Let's see, it also has a Steam link. So yeah. Inherently, in the future, I will not put these games on the fall list. But at the moment, I'm still going to put this on the fall list. Why specifically this game not being put on the fall list? Because it doesn't have a actual release date, and because it actually is likely not even a game that I could actually play, just being very rhythm deficient as I am. Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster Gate Ruin and Dunin Unification Wars is coming to the Switch on June 5th. It is already on Steam, and it is overwhelmingly positive, which does give me the opportunity to take it and put it on the wish list. I don't think we're going to stretch out this streams even further by mentioning its Proton DB rating. You're going to just have to see that information for yourself as you're watching my stream. If anything, I probably need to reduce the number of things I actually say out loud and increase like the number of things that just crawl on the ticks screen crawlers at the top, or just stop talking about certain things overall to speed up the whole process. Spiritfall for the PS4 and 5, Xbox One Series and Switch launches May 9th. It's currently available for PC also. You can see it too is rated very positively, meaning there's no reason, for the moment at least, for me to not move it to the wish list. Sonic X Shadow Generations for Switch 2 launches June 5th. You can see that too is overwhelmingly positive on Steam, which, yeah, we're starting to see a pattern of some pretty good games that were released last year and overlooked perhaps by a lot of people, although not that many if it's got 8,000 reviews. Now coming to consoles. Let's see, No Sleep for Kaname Date as its introductory trailer if you want to check that out. They don't have a Steam link. Aces of Thunder is going to add a flat screen mode shortly after launch. This is a VR first game, which, yeah, it was previously, it's planned for PlayStation VR 2 and Steam VR first. Which, yeah, that makes for a weird situation. you'd think that you could develop a flat screen mode and a VR mode in parallel, but perhaps there is just a desperate desire here to sell the VR version as much as possible first. But yeah, I definitely feel like VR was never alive to begin with, and it's definitely dead at this point. And with certainly the recession, people aren't going to have extra cash to waste on VR headsets. They will never fully compete or even let alone replace regular gaming. If anything, people want less immersion, and handhelds have kind of proved that with the Steam Deck, than they want full immersion. We already talked about the audio focus and classic UI customizations, which again just feels like they're not applying it well enough to all of the audio channels that they could apply it to. And it definitely also feels like they are not really using any real system to make it special for video games as far as an audio boost goes. Whereas, yeah, there is very much an argument for like Steam APIs and Xbox APIs and PlayStation APIs to say you must label what the voice track channel is. You must keep that in a separate channel from the background music channel. You cannot integrate those two as one and down mix it to one channel. You must give all of the audio settings to an API interface, which means when the player presses pause, they see the exact same interface with options in the exact same place over and over again. And not just for audio, but for video too, and every other option, subtitles, all of that. All of that should very much be an API built into the system and not some custom thing that is different for every single game like it is now. And if you're going down the path of adjusting and fixing audio for people who have trouble hearing, you should also be increasing the quality of the audio by allowing or demanding at least surround sound, if not 5.1, in all of your development. So yeah, I guess if I had infinite money, I'd probably make my own console. It probably would be very much like a Steam Deck, but honestly, I probably wouldn't start with a Steam Deck. I'd probably make a good old-fashioned console plugging into a TV, plugging into a surround sound system, something that could play 4K UHD discs, and that would just have a whole new interface to it. Probably would run on Linux with Android compatibility, if I was to guess, so that you could run Android apps on it too, as well as playing games. But yeah, I'd have to have basically infinite money to do that and compete with Xbox and PlayStation. I'd probably want to partner with somebody else, and Apple probably wouldn't want to partner with you, or it would be too much of a hassle to work with Apple. So at some point you probably would be making something like a Alienware type PC as a console, or a framework console. Maybe that would make some sense, as if framework made a console, a gaming console. But otherwise it would have to be a whole new company. Amazon.com console might happen in the future, but unlikely really, because then it'd almost be like Twitch branded. Moving on though, I'm speculating and daydreaming. Listen up, we tried to make those games even more extreme. Some things have to be learned the hard way. Is yet another one of these games available for the PS4 and 5 and Switch and PC, which I can't really blame people for thinking that they want these games. That those ads are very addictive, and I kind of feel like the series of these games on Steam, which I think that's really what this has come from, has taken what is basically false advertising of these games and made them into real mini games that you can actually play without being bombarded with ads or bait and switch gameplay mechanics. I guess the question I'd like to ask here is, this developer, the previous game in this series was very possibly successful. Like, the first game in the series was mostly positive. Second game is mostly positive. Third game in the series, mostly positive. Perhaps they're charging way too much, because that's like $10 each for each of them. But yeah, so they found a niche as far as these games go. And the only other thing they really have is, we love Katamari Reroll Plus Royale. And I guess this Colonia Fantasy Reverie series. Missed that one, I guess. So yeah, they're fulfilling a desire and a niche by making a bunch of mini games. It is basically a WarioWare type game without Wario in it. Let's see, Furyu announces a school life RPG called Varlet for the PS5, Switch, and PC. Which I guess I specifically need to question whether I ever want to play a school life RPG in particular. I could see doing Persona, but it feels like to me, unless there's some big twist around it, doing a Persona-like game that's not Persona is just asking way too much, and that seems very much like what this is. Yeah, at a certain level I also have to admit I'm getting too old for this poop, to use a phrase from Die Hard. I'm just, first of all, I never was in a Japanese school, so that whole school life experience is going to be very different for me than any of these games go. But yeah, I'm just not even a big fan of what happened when I was in school anyways, so yeah. It's a tough pitch to an old man like me to get into a school life series, and if Persona wasn't so relevant, I probably would say I would never just play any of these without there being kind of some major twist on the whole thing. Even the JRPG elements, like I'm generally gonna have to be very careful about how much of that I even try to play, because they're such time sucks. They take way too long. It makes a lot more sense to play something like Dragon Quest or Monster Hunter than it does Persona. An action-adventure platformer called Chicken Hair, the treasure of the spiking beard, has been announced for the PS4 and 5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. Which, weirdly, this one doesn't have a Steam link, which also certainly explains why my curation macro didn't open anything. Colony simulation reverse RPG called Gold Adventure has a limited time demo launching May 9th. I am interested in what a reverse RPG even means. Yeah, because that's a weird description to say. City building chaos, pet giant monsters. It's a colony sim / reverse RPG. I have no idea what reverse RPG means. You give quests out to members of your colony, I guess. And then you recruit unique adventurers. So it seems to me the case here is that you don't actually control many of the characters, or at least most of the characters, and instead you are acting more like a general. But yeah, that's a twist, certainly. A parkour game called Rooftops and Alleys launches June 17th for the PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. It's currently in early access on PC. Overwhelmingly positive. Ghost of Yeti launches October 2nd. Switch 2, my Nintendo Store library surpassed 2.2 million in Japan. The quote here is, "The number significantly exceeded our expectations." Notice here on the headline of Gematsu they tell you an actual number instead of dancing around it like Video Games Chronicle did. Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time. Looks like they have yet another trailer for this game. This is one of those games that's going to put out press releases and announcements, I think, fairly often. Alright, and that would be all page 1 of Gematsu, and not all of page 2 of Gematsu. So, is it possible that these links here are not opened when they needed to be opened, which I think they do need to be opened? I don't think we've covered all of these games. Alright, so last story we saw was this, Fantasy Life I. And this is the next story. Anita Girl launches May 23rd, a side-scrolling action platformer being dated. Yeah. And that doesn't look like much to me, but I'll give it a chance. The Famitsu review scores for issue 1896, with Fatal Fury City of the Wolves getting 33 out of 40, about average, and then Once Upon a Puppet getting 30 out of 40, kinda low. The Zombie Police Midsummer Unhappy New Year has been announced for PC, which I don't see that on Steam. This feels like it's probably nothing, and English is not supported. If I was to guess, it's nothing. Mythical Concepts Starnaut launches April 28th. It's a roguelike action game from Krim, leaving early access. This is weirdly though a game also that I don't think I ever had in early access. rogue-like auto shooter. It's going to be leaving early access. I'll give it a chance. Welcome Kokori-san for PS4 is now available. It was previously released for the Switch and PC. Which, yeah. This looks like this is probably just a visual novel. Fox Anime Fox Girl. Says it supports English. A short visual novel with the ASMR starring VTuber Karune Kokori. I'm gonna put this on the follow list just to see if actually there's any real reception on that. I've never heard of this VTuber, and I don't know if ASMR really matters one way or the other. Certainly that would be weird if that is how visual novels start going, is that you start to have a lot more ASMR type thoughts being thrown into it. Let's see, Dynasty Warriors Origins photo mode update is now available. You can see that Dynasty Warriors is rated very positively. Remember, I probably have 8,000 games on the follow list right now. I need to get it down to probably less than 1,000. So we also now know that we were opening all the tabs after this point, so I'm not going to worry too much on that tab. Onimusha Warlords Remaster Hell Mode update launches April 23rd. Which the whole game is not even on Steam yet. Stealth action game No Sun to Worship is coming to the PS5 and Xbox Series in 2025. You can see it's rated very positively on Steam. Short, minimalistic stealth action game about the importance of art. Interesting. Alright, well, people do seem to like it. Cryptic Custodian Physical Edition for the PS5 and Switch launches August 29th. A new game by Kyle Thompson is teased, which I'd assume Kyle Thompson is the maker of Cryptic Custodian, and it is overwhelmingly positive. So we'll put that on the wish list. Elisa, The Parting is going to be published by Top Hat Studios for consoles and PC. Which this is the game that is not out yet. Old PS2 style polygonal 3D graphics. Top Hat Studios' Curious program has been announced for small independent game developers, which has several games that they've announced, and I assume we will hear more about those games later on. Athenian Rhapsody follow-up Tales of Tuscany has been announced. Which I don't recognize. Athenian Rhapsody. Yeah. I am running into a problem here where I need to make some more YouTube shorts, and my macros are completely in this middle step of being rewritten, so I actually can't make any YouTube shorts. So I don't know if I'm going to end up just making a long list of things to catch up with later or what. But yeah, I can only stream 2 or 3 more times before I'm going to have so many tabs open. It's just going to become ridiculous. Let's see, Top Hat Studios and Molgado tease a new game to be announced this summer. which these visuals don't really attract my attention. Under the Islands adds a PS5 and 4, and Xbox One and Series and Switch versions. Release date is still unannounced. Apparently it has a Steam link too. It's already on the follow list. Ooh. So the reason why that tab may have been closed and not opened is because of my curation macro seeing that it was already checked as followed. And I hadn't really considered that scenario, but whatever, that'll probably work. A narrative-driven horror RPG called The Backworld is going to be published by Top Hat Studios, which, yeah, seems like this is going to be involving the Backrooms meme to some extent. Although it seems to me like they are going to do a lot more with it than what most people do with the Backrooms. Right. So this would be page 2, and we did talk about everything on page 2. So this would be page 3, and we talked about everything up until this point, and all of these are new articles, I think, until maybe you get to this spot here. Yeah, somewhere around here. You can't help but because I'm streaming in the middle of the morning now too, it feels like the amount of news I get is slightly different. Alright, Labyrinth of the Demon King launches May 13th for all consoles and PC. Yeah. If my curation was closing things that are on the follow list, then it missed that one, so that may mean that my system is not working particularly well, which is probably the case, that it isn't working particularly well. See, Silly Polybeast is going to be published by Top Hat Studios for console and PC. So yeah. Well, actually, I know this wouldn't work now because I had it programmed specifically to look in this spot for the check mark, but then I added a thing, didn't I, by adding the Proton DB plugin and then adding the notes plugin. So I broke my own code by moving this downward. So I'm gonna have to consider what I'll do to fix that. I could easily see getting rid of the Proton DB plugin. It's not adding too much information really. Plus, I'm only looking at new games typically, and so Proton DB information is going to be empty in those cases. A roguelike twin stick tank battler called Bombshell Blitz has been announced for consoles and PC. Yeah, so 99% of the time the Proton DB extension is just going to say awaiting reports. So yeah, I just should go ahead and manage that extension later and take that one off. And then the notes thing is something I will have to deal with in a different way if I want to keep it around. And like this would be a great example of a game that I probably would just want to put a note on it and not actually put it on the follow list, because there's a decent chance I would never really want to play this game. But maybe I should only make notes for games I absolutely know I wouldn't want to play. Let's see, Motor Slice is going to be published also by Top Hat Studios. So all of these are the Top Hat Studios games that we had seen announced. Oblivion Remaster being announced for PS5 and Xbox Series and PC. It'll be interesting if we ever get any numbers to see how many people are playing Oblivion on the PS5 or the Xbox Series. Noticeably, they are not supporting the previous generation of consoles versus how many people are playing it on PC, where I imagine a large percentage of the player base is going to be PC gamers. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see if it ever comes to a Switch too. Let's see, Dalek Town launches in early access on May 8th. Triton's Tale launches May 22nd. Family-friendly pirate adventure game. A pirate game that's family-friendly. Is that really something that can be done? Sure, I guess it can. I don't think pirates inherently do need to be as hyper-realistic or bloodthirsty as they actually were likely to be. Or at least as they have traditionally been depicted in the past. Let's see, more Fantasy Life I gameplay trailers. And then I'm not even going to try and pronounce this word. Coming to the PS5 in Japan, even though it is also on Steam. You can see it's a hex grid military sim of some sort. Game Boy Advance, Fire Emblem The Sacred Stones, Fantasy Deck Builder RPG Knock on the Coffin Lid, coming to the PS5, Xbox Series in May, and I think this is something we had already covered, so we may at this point be to a point where we can close the rest of these tabs. Yeah. And that would mean only a couple of the stories today were redundant, but it also does point out that the way the macro seems to be running is it's going through every single link it can find on the main pages. It's not stopping when it sees something it should have already talked about and opened the tabs about. Yeah. It's going all the way down here to the very end. And it is also moving some things around, which is probably a different plugin causing trouble. Which also means that the Gaming on Linux articles are likely going to be all of them opened up too. So we'll go through the ones that feel like they are new. So yeah, we already talked about the Humble Bundle as far as getting Doom games. For $28, it's not a terrible bundle price-wise if you don't own the new Doom games or the new Wolfenstein games. But if you own even half of the games, it might be a little too expensive. If you own more than half of the games, it's probably too expensive. It is interesting how you would have a game series like Doom in the Humble Bundle, because you definitely wouldn't think of Doom as a humble game, in the sense that the characters aren't humble and the theme isn't humble. A colony building sim called Mountain Core is now free to play in open source. If you want to check that out, it's on Steam and it is mixed reviewed, which, yeah, perhaps that's just an example of them pushing the game out to get rid of it and abandon it. The popular idle game called Melvor Idle is getting a sequel called Melvor Idle 2. Which, okay. This feels not like much of a game, though. Should I make YouTube shorts around idling games, or should I curate more than that? That's an interesting thought I'll have to have later. A Stone Age co-op farming and life sim called Roads of Pasha gets a major Sun and Moon update. Fanatical's Prestige collection for April 2025 has some highly rated picks for cheap if you want to buy them from Fanatical, which I think Fanatical gives you Steam keys. But yeah. Well, I guess I'll leave it at that. A Survivors like bullet hell game with random maps called Fiend Risen adds Linux support. See, like, the weird thing here is I'm starting to yawn, which is a problem with waking up and then doing something for maybe 6 to 8 hours and then going back to sleep. Is that this whole stream, which is already 3 hours and 10 minutes into it, is literally the only thing I can do before I start to get sleepy and wanting to go back to sleep, which is not an efficient use of my day. And it definitely feels weird then when I'll wake up at like 10 in the morning the next day, or after streaming, and then I'll have 6 to 12 hours of kind of nothing to do, which, yeah, I guess I desperately need a secretary, but I would really need a mom or something, somebody to just beat me over the head and say, hey, you need to do this, this is your schedule, you need to really do that. And even if I had someone like that, the truth is my insomnia would not actually physically let me follow that schedule. Moving on though, the Mesa NVK, which is the NVIDIA Vulkan driver for Vulkan 1.4, conformant on Maxwell, Pascal, and Volta GPUs, which I assume that means it's a new version being released. Conformance means it conforms to something, I would assume. So always working on Turing and above. These are chip names. This will bring support back all the way back to GPUs released in 2014, like the GTX 750 and 750 Ti. So they're actually supporting older GeForce NVIDIA cards, which is nice and all, but it's probably not going to be very useful for most gamers who want to build a game on PC and play on Linux. Speaking of wanting to go to Linux, I got another full screen ad for Windows 11 and popping up on my computer, and that's just not going to stop. It's just going to eventually force you to Windows 11 whether you like it or not. And every time my BIOS resets, it turns the TPM module back on, which tells it that it's actually compatible with Windows 11. Let's see. Here's some big news, and I kind of had hoped we would have gotten into this earlier. Steam is going to soon list what accessibility features games support on Steam pages. Here you have finally something many have been asking for Valve to do for a long time, and something I've pointed out multiple times across various articles. The Steam pages will soon list accessibility features games support on the store pages. Valve announced, I want to kind of see this post, which is it's not actually linking to, that they will be giving developers time to fill out some extra questions on what their game supports. This will include features like, do they have gameplay options like adjustable difficulty? Does the game have audio accessibility features, including custom volume controls and narrated game menus, which most games don't have narrated game menus, and some games don't have custom volume controls, or they have lackluster custom volume controls that only turn the totality of the volume up and down and not individually addressing sound effects versus background music versus foreground music versus voice volume. Do they have visual accessibility features, including adjustable text size and color alternatives, which some of that is colorblind settings. Adjustable text size is another thing that I personally could benefit from. I think my eyesight is going, and I am looking at a TV 8 feet away when most games are designed to be 1 foot away. So text size does seem often too small for me to read. Now, Valve making people or encouraging people to list this information is not going to actually force anybody to actually add the features, so that's still going to be a big deal. Input options, which include chat to speech, chat speech to text, and text to speech, both directions, can also be helpful. But none of this seems like any kind of new API is coming out from Valve immediately. And this is really them doing the minimum to improve Steam and the minimum to increase compatibility with handhelds, where text size being adjustable might be very useful and volume controls might be very useful. They don't say when the store pages on the web and inside the Steam client will update to show the information, so it could be quite a while before you can actually do anything from Steam to actually see this. So here's a full picture of what they're thinking as far as just, if these options are important to you, can you search by these options? It's like camera comfort. Wonder what that really means. Stereo, surround sound, narrated game menus, playable without timed inputs, keyboard only option, mouse only option, touch only option, chat speech to text, chat text to speech. So yeah, they are always trying to improve their storefront a little bit by giving more information, but I doubt this is going to really push a lot of people to add features that they weren't planning on adding. One of the things there certainly is if the game engines embraced those kinds of support and it was easy to program games that way, that would make it way easier. So this is the new accessibility features here. Let's see. As far as gameplay, you can save any time, and it has camera comfort. It has custom volume controls, and stereo surround and surround sound. So it is just going to fill out a box. Now weirdly though, it probably would have just been easier to read the article from here. as you'll just get it presented better and faster than reading it from Gaming on Linux. Developers aren't going to be required, but it's going to be highly recommended. And as far as their Q&A, and frankly, a Q&A that only has 3 Q&As when you just put out the article is still 3 more Q&As than realistically exist, because they are just anticipating questions and answering them. In that case, they're not actually getting questions and then giving the answer. Let's see. The next time, let's see. Let's just look at this game for an example. Sid Meier's Civilization 7. So here's your typical game, and even with plugins, you will see that what happens is you'll run out of this space usually before you run out of this space. In this case, that's not the case because they've put a massive amount of pictures of awards. But yeah, if Metacritic wasn't here and the awards weren't here, you would have seen it stop here, which leaves a lot of room in most games. It's just being a bad example for all that accessibility stuff. And yeah, this may very well be a case where the accessibility stuff is going to really play a role. I wouldn't be surprised if you start to see better recommendations because of the accessibility stuff overall. Let's see. The next story I think we may have already talked about was Valve continuing to prepare the SteamOS to release for more devices with 3.7.4. Yeah, I think we had already talked about that. And then Oblivion we've talked about. And then Civ 7 1.2 is out with multiplayer teams, the one more turn game mode and new resources and lots more. But as we see on Steam, it's very mixed, so I don't think it matters anymore. It's lost relevancy, even as a Sid Meier Civ game. You can expand and rearrange your inventory, watch numbers tick up, and break the game in loot plot. Which, yeah, does not really look like a game I really want to play, but I'll put it on the fall list and think about it later. Inspired by Slavic folklore, Deathless Tales of Old Ruse improves text sizing on the Steam Deck, which is this game, card-based game. Starcom Unknown Space improves the UI and controller support, ready for Steam Deck verification. Yeah, I think increasingly accessibility is going to be tied in with Valve's Steam Deck quite a bit, and that they're going to say, hey, your game may be accessible for some people, but it's not accessible for people playing on the Steam Deck, and we really want your games to be playable on the Steam Deck. So please fix it. I think that may very well be as far as it goes, as far as the conversation. This feels like a 4X style game. Not really my style of game, so even though it is overwhelmingly positive, I'm going to take it off follow list. A Red Walking Robot is a 3D physics puzzle platformer where we control a wind-up toy. And we'll look at that on Steam. Yeah, it's not out yet. It might be interesting though from the looks of it. And then Libretopia adds a Linux version. This definitely does not look like something I really would care about. Yeah, simulating the job of being a librarian. Even though being a librarian might be a fairly unique job, it's still just simulating a job. Retro Goody Rebuilt from 1994, IMC 25th Anniversary Edition, added Linux support. Yep, this definitely looks like a very old game. Probably not anything I'd play because I don't really have any nostalgia or recognize it at all. A new Steam beta for desktop and Steam Deck fixes notes and screenshots vanishing. So there is a game notes for the overlay, I believe, where you can make notes, but there isn't a note specifically for the Steam storefront as in a web page. You can build to survive in this first-person horror called Confronted. Latest update making it Steam Deck playable. Yeah. It is almost certainly a much more motivating factor to convince game devs to make your game compatible with Steam Deck by sending them a Steam Deck then it is a motivating factor to convince the Skyblivion team to give up making Oblivion and Skyrim by giving them just free copies of the Oblivion remaster as they're calling it. Getting a $500 to $600 device for free is much bigger of a bribe than getting a $60 game for free. Rockfish is reducing Everspace 2 DLC pricing as everything is getting more expensive. Which, yeah, you'll probably see a few people reducing the price of things before everything starts going up. And inherently you could get away with reducing the price right now and looking like the good guy, then waiting 6 months to a year and raising the price up beyond the original price and just saying, well, the market demands that to happen. I'm noticing a lot of screenshots didn't load from Gaming on Linux today too. I'm still not 100% sure why that is the case. Alright, well then that's going to bring us to GameDeveloper.com articles, and pretty much I think most of what we have talked about has already been covered, but I will have to close a bunch of old tabs. Niantic is laying off 68 employees after selling its game business for $3.5 billion. Ubisoft open source Chroma. These are stories that are fairly old. So we've already talked about all of these. Where are the news stories? And for some reason, my curation is opening this YouTube video with Bobby Kotick in it, which I don't know why it's opening that video. Yeah, part of the problem with this is my macro, once it runs once, it already has opened up a bunch of tabs, so I may have a whole different window that has a bunch of tabs in it that might be messing up the macro from running a second time. Yeah, I just don't really have anything to even say about these old stories, so I'm just going to scroll up and look at them very quickly and then move on. And here we have another example of, for some reason this opens up this tab from GameDeveloper.com, which makes no sense to me. Yeah, this is the news stories, so why are they so out of order? But even in this, it's just Game Developer talking about things we already talked about, so Or leave it at that. Devolver cut 40% of its workforce at Reign's developer Nereal, which in fairness, there has been a problem with the Reign series in that the first game was unique and a decent enough game, but just trying to make more of the same was probably a mistake. Particularly since Reigns, as a swipe left, swipe right type game, only made sense for the years that it was released around, and makes less and less sense nowadays to make sequels towards that concept. Games Beat spins off from Venture Beat to become a niche independent publication. Blue Ocean Games launches $30 million investment fund to support 100 indies. Hobby Darling is named the president of League of Legends developer Riot Games. I have no idea who this person is, though. Never heard of him. Roblox rolls out automated regional pricing tools for developers, so they can charge different prices in different regions. Palworld fighting against Nintendo in Japan as far as the patent lawsuit against them. Still in early access, still very positively received. Accessories going up in price. And yeah, the rest of these are definitely older stories. Again, the macro is just opening up every single tab, which slows down the process a bit, quite a bit, and definitely slows down the process of going over all of these games. And so here's the big problem. Something happened here where none of the new games that came out on Steam have been opened up. So I can right click this and I can go down to maybe about 100 links and start that process. Today is April 24th, but you see how it went from like 90 links to 52 links. And then when I scrolled up, it went from 52 links to 30 links. So 30 links is about all I could get, which means I really should be stopping at about 50 links, probably closer to 20 links. So I'm just going to manually open all these, which could cause problems, but probably won't because I've added a bit of a delay of each of these tabs being opened, so it doesn't try to open 50 links all at once. It waits 10 milliseconds between each link. You can see how that one just broke and went down to 0. I don't know what really causes it to break like that. We're back to 21 as far as April 22nd, April 21st. So I've probably gone far enough back. I already looked at all the games, but I'm going to scroll down till something I recognize, which I recognize as Mirror Mirror. Of course, none of these games are curated, none of these game pages are loaded in, and so we're going to just have to cross our fingers that's not anything too offensive there. And the icon, you know, if we were looking at the game or not, is kind of impossible. So if I was going to try and do the follow list cleanup, right now. And yeah, the news page here changes, so links are going to constantly break on opening news stories from things that are on the follow list. But yeah, Veil Witch has patch notes. Just is still in early access and rated very positively. And then this has a new streamers update, connecting the game to streamer services. And yeah, it's rated very positively, early access. Rift of the Necro Dancer has 3 free songs. As far as a 10-year anniversary. But I assume that's 10 years since the original Crypt of the Necrodancer came out, not this game came out. And probably all the other games have already loaded at this point. Thunderfolk is now live. And so I could evaluate that. But I'm not going to. 4 new professions. I'm already too tired, frankly, to be doing any follow list cleanup, which is what I need to do in every stream just to maintain momentum. Take that off because it doesn't have a launch date attached to it. We can take this one off just because it's mixed reviewed. Update 1.06 is live. And take this off too because it's mixed reviewed. Kind of a shame. Dark Paradise came out in October and has only 16 reviews. So honestly, there's a decent argument to just taking it off too. It's just not relevant enough. Not enough people have played it in a decent amount of time that it's been given. Yeah. The problem with some of this news also is that the news gets put out multiple times, maybe in multiple languages, or maybe just multiple announcements all back to back. Yeah, this chart, as far as the gacha games, which still hasn't updated, got thrown way over here, and it doesn't really matter, so I'll not bother to scroll down. So yeah, doing a little bit of follow list cleanup still makes a lot of sense. Just to maintain momentum and try and get that follow list reduced down. Now the other problem, certainly I'm going to run into as far as looking at new games on Steam, is that Steam pages here are going to be based off of news stories, whereas there's only the all new games on Steam, and then you start in this page and then you start to go through all the new games on Steam. So yeah, let's quickly now go through all the new games on Steam and see if there's anything here that I think deserves a YouTube short. And then we will be done with this stream, potentially at the 4-hour mark. But yeah, there is definitely a desire to figure out a better way to speed up this whole process. Primrose Lake. Yeah, it doesn't really look like anything. In 2 games, 3 games, all being released at the same time. Doesn't sound particularly good quality. Yeah. There definitely is a difference between spending 3-4 hours playing video games and going through the video game news. And there almost certainly always will be a difference around that, and that one is going to feel more like work than the other. But also, video games are just going to always have this kind of curated experience designed to make it entertaining, keep you enthralled, where the going through video game news is very much just going to be random. Very Western comic book style to this visual novel. I'm surprised we don't see more of that. Yeah, and inherently, I'm never just gonna have a lot of things to say about these games, so I guess the question to ask is, how can I go through this faster? I don't know if there really is a way to go through this faster. There's definitely a lot of things already on the follow list. The Descent VR, I think we can say no to that. I feel like I'm being more opinionated today than normally. Honestly, I feel like I may not even be able to make it through all the games today on Steam. Really do feel like I'm about to just fall asleep. Which definitely wasn't my plan for today. It's just to fall asleep after streaming. No, the plan was to at least accomplish a little bit more before falling asleep. I guess there was a easier way to reduce the number of stories, because there is a lot of overlap from my news sources of the same story. And so if I was actually deciding what were going to be the discussion topics as far as video game news, I would at the very least bring all of the same news stories from different sources together to talk about them all at once. But I really don't see a way in which you could do that. You can find the tab titles, which would have the headlines, likely in the name of the tab. So then you can get the text, but I don't know how you sort the text or find out if what the key phrase words are, the important parts of the text, to sort things that way. So yeah, it feels like at the very worst you may end up with a whole bunch of articles about just Sony, and that would be as close as you could bundle things together to. I guess one of the reasons also why my streams go too long, they always... Oh, I lost my train of thought there. Yeah, I'm losing it. I'm totally losing it. Yeah, I have to admit, I don't feel like I'm making particularly good content on these live streams, nor do I feel like I'm making particularly good content. This is Spanish only. Even in my pre-recorded footage. Do you think I'm just getting into worse and worse cases? Part of that is almost certainly because I'm listening to the director's commentary, developer's commentary, and thus I'm staying more silent on the second playthrough games. Another part of that certainly is playing the same game twice through. Come on. I really am far too sleepy already. And we're seeing a lot of things on the fall list, which means, once again, I screwed up my curation to try and block fall list things. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more I'm gonna have to just expand the region of the searches anyways. More of a vertical column instead of a small box. I did speculate that at some point there's going to be a day where I just fall asleep in the middle of streaming. Today feels like it might be that day. Just definitely feel like I'm hitting the wall. There's basically nothing I can do when I am hitting a wall like this and getting extremely sleepy. I can try and drink a 5-hour energy drink, but that's so incredibly unhealthy for me that I avoid doing that like the plague. And that will work to give me an hour or two at most. Hmm. says we're really only at the 23rd games also, so there should be still a lot of games that go through. And we're still very much of the case where not that many games are worth mentioning, even if I was awake. Clear Obscure, Expedition 33, single player game, yep, out now. Move that to the wish list, although I don't know if I really would want to play that game. Yeah, particularly if I'm half falling asleep and going through all the new games at the end of these streams. I'm just increasingly disconnecting myself from actually playing video games, and instead I'm just talking about video game news. Which, yeah, that's not ideally what I want to have happen at all. That's the exact opposite of what I would want to have happen. I feel like I've seen these games before, but how could I? These just came out 24th. And they would have actually had to have come out a long time ago. Oh yeah, you know why? Because everything's backwards. Come to think of it. Okay, well that fixes that problem then. That's going to be the end of this show. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment. I basically am asking you to do me a favor in those cases because, yeah, when I'm half asleep on these streams, I definitely don't feel like I'm putting out good enough quality content that I should be. Anyways, that's going to be it for this stream. Thanks for watching.